Uh, Now that I've got like my two displays set up, I have to shift some stuff over. Hey, yeah. I know I'm supposed to be playing this Thursday, but I started like seeing some spoilers, so I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll get some done. Maybe even finish the case. I don't know. But yeah, I just wanna not just finish it so I don't get like spoiled anymore. It's not fun. Okay, what's going on here? Okay, see, now I want cake. What is going on? What is this? He looks so young. Eddie Fender looks so young. But you know, I must say, you know what? No, no, I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna go there, not this time. Alright, I should probably make myself just a smidge smaller. There, that should be. Zodiac Hall Fountain. Well, Fender, are you finally going to tell me what we're doing here? Why have you brought me to an art gallery of all places? I'm leaving. Oh my god. He's like, really? Okay. He's like, that's it. I'm out. Bro. But no, I'm kind of like the same way though. Like, if I don't see anything of like worth to me in a place that I was brought to, I'm just like, I'm ready to head out. Oh my god. It's always these kinds of cases, DL6SL9IS7. Man. Of course, Von Karma took great pleasure in showing me the files as soon as I became a prosecutor. And I reviewed them again last night after your invite. See, I was also present at the trial all those years ago, although my memories of it are somewhat hazy. As a child, I was completely in awe of my father. The sight of him in court was inspirational. Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law, and opposite him, the man who had become my mentor. Manfred von Karma. It was quite a case. However, it ended with the conviction of the accused. Oh my goodness. Oh, well, again, that's how a lot of things do start. A buildup of things over time, and then it finally comes to a head. Well, with the exception of um SL9, because that was just like a series of unlucky coincidences for the man. Now, obviously he killed people, that's terrible, but like his wasn't over like, oh my god, I keep pressing the wrong button, like over a long period of time. I think they said his was like months, right? Oh, what was his name? Something Dark? Joe Dark? Something like that. But yeah, his was like probably over a few, like a series of months. But like the DL6 and this one, ages, Mm. And also, Trucy's dad, what was his name? I forgot his actual name. But basically Shady Smith and his whole entire thing with like the death of their mentor, um, happening like years ago. And like her dad disappearing, then reappearing, then getting killed. Yeah. Like I said, oh, that stuff always happens years ago. And then some stuff starts cropping up again, and starts bringing stuff back to light. And it's like, oh my goodness. Always happens ages ago. 18 years ago. Yeah. Wait, 18 years ago. That would make Edward. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to think, like, how far in is this? I don't think they have profiles, right? Wait, 18 years ago. Wait, 18. So he's 36? Oh, so he's not that old. I don't know. I just thought, like, Eddie was probably, like, older, like, in his 40s or something. Well, he's close to it. But, I'm just trying to think of how old Edgeworth is, like, currently in the. Because I know, like, the time frame between the first investigations and the second is only, like, months in between, or even a month. Um, so I'm just trying to figure out how old he was in the first one. 24, probably, right? 'Cause then if he's 24, it's 14 times 8. 6? Dang, that's young. Sorry. Alright, so I'll do Gregory, I suppose. It did. We were called in before the ink on the arrest papers were even dry. My name is Gregory Edgeworth. I'm a defense attorney. And you're dead, too. Which is sad, because you were bad looking, but hey, you make enemies with the wrong people. I'm here visiting a client with my assistant, Eddie Fender. Ah, Ace Attorney and their names, man. Oh, so he killed the woman. I love the guard's like, Jesse. Neither was I. You're the accused, I take it? Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law. Your service. I look forward to representing you. This is my assistant, Eddie Fender. Come now, Edward. Calm down, please. You'll have to forgive him. He's still new to this. He's been helping me out part-time, but he's far from fully fledged lawyer material yet. Nonetheless, I'm hoping he'll be of some assistance in investigating the particulars of this case. My job as a defense attorney is to save my clients from wrongful convictions. So the first thing to do is establish whether or not he truly is innocent. Same. Perhaps we could begin by having you tell us a little about yourself. Tangaroa. Samson Tangaroa. I feel like there's a play on words somewhere in here. I just can't find it. Eddie. It seems Eddie knows something of our client. Oh god. I have to sit through this. I have to sit through this. Not the jazz hands again. I almost started dancing. Him and Edgeworth are literally the same. Well, I know Edgeworth is his kid, but like, it's literally the same. Oh, hold on. Let me just move the light over a little bit. There we go. Did not realize Let was blocking the way that much. But yeah, guys, I now have a new setup. It's not a new monitor, but it is a display nonetheless. So, no more one screen business. I'm still getting used to it though. My apologies, but I think we need to discuss the matter at hand. Who are you? So you're not just a confectioner, but also a singer and dancer. You must really enjoy making desserts. True. That's actually kind of true. It's like, would it be much of your profession if you didn't enjoy it? But I mean, I know there are people who like do jobs that they don't like because of the pay, probably. But that's the thing, though. I don't think being a confectioner pays as much as some other jobs. How much does it pay? Let me switch it up. Just out of sheer curiosity. Let's see. How much does a professional confectioner make yearly? Let's see. So I'm just letting you guys know, I'm going to be reading this from the AI overview. As you know, AI is not always accurate, but it says, according to most recent data, a professional confectioner in the United States can expect to make an average of around 43,981 per year. This can vary depending on factors like experience, location, and the size of the company they work for, which is true. They could make more or less. So, again, that's the AI overview. Um, and then one underneath it that says from talent.com, average confectioner salary in the USA is 31,200 per year or 15 per hour. Entry level positions are at 29,120 per year. Most experienced workers make up to 41,625. So, not a lot, as I figured, but yeah, like I said, that pretty much sounds about right. All right. So yeah, definitely not a job you'd be doing unless you're like a confectioner for somebody very rich and famous, or you actually enjoy like making desserts and stuff. I will note to self, put that stuff in video. So he aims to create joyous and inspirational pieces, does he? Right? Tell me about it. Understand that the incident in question happened at your mansion. What? Oh, okay. I was like, huh? Are you saying they put bits and pieces of human flesh in your thing? But no, he just meant okay. Okay, but that's what a lot of people say. And then stuff happens and suddenly killing the person who made you so miserable doesn't sound so bad, does it? I'm just saying, we all say we would never kill a person, but I'm telling you, if it comes down to it, where it's either you get killed or you kill the person trying to kill you, you will try and kill the person. Come on now, let's be real here. Hmm. What can you tell us about the victim? Artie Frost. Artie Frost. I'm guessing it just has to do with like artistic frosting. I don't know. Why does he look like that? I'm sorry. He seems genuinely upset over the victim's death. I mean, he's on TV every day. He's an actor. He see just like um Simeon. He's an actor too. Like actors are good at acting. They know when to appear upset, appear sad, and stuff like that. You can't just take them at face value. I think I have a pretty good measure of the man now. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Tangor, Mr. Tangaroa. There's just one last thing I need to confirm with you. You didn't kill Mr. Frost, correct? He seems quite sincere. All right, I'm going to take you at your word. Thank you for being so forthright with me. We'll head to the scene of the crime and see what we can learn. We'll be in touch when we have something more to tell you. Oh, contest venue. Oh, so this is his place. Yes, and it doesn't seem like it will be letting up anytime soon. Yes, big enough to hold an international confectionery contest, no less. Oh, his co-star. I would. It's a pleasure to meet you. Wow, Gregory teaching him some manners, eh? Unless that's his wife. Nope, never mind. Housekeeper. I mean, eh? She could be wife. Judy bound. Oh, also kind of sounds like duty bound. I'm sorry. It's just so fun, like recognizing like the play on words that they're trying to do. And whatever. And what might bacon bop be? Oh god, here we go again. I had to sit through that again. Bro, he said every kid knows it. He's also 18. No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I'm not shaming him. Enjoy your shit, man. Own it. Oh. It's just like before this, I never knew much about his dad other than that he was a defense attorney, seemed to be a reasonable guy. Edgeworth looked up to him, so he had to be like pretty admirable and inspirational. And was promptly killed by a man by the name of Manfred von Karl. That's literally all I knew about him. So getting to see some about him right here, I like it. Perhaps Miles might enjoy it too. I'll suggest it later. Thank you for typing out the sounds. This is. Forgive me, I'm gonna pronounce this wrong. Ceylon, correct? It's delicious. Its citrus aroma is said to improve one's ability to concentrate, as I recall. How odd. The saucer's cold. I see. These teacups are very unique too. The design is really something. Oh, Ali, you're clearly a big fan of his work. She's certainly not afraid to show when she's passionate about something. If you don't mind, Miss Bound, I'd like to move on to the reason we're here. Can you tell us everything you know about the unfortunate incident that occurred earlier? You discovered the victim? Is it true that the body was recovered from inside one of Mr. Tangaroa's creations? Thank you. I'm sorry to make you relive such a traumatic experience. Now, if you don't mind, Miss Bound, I'd like to begin our investigation of the crime scene. I'm telling you, even the people you think aren't capable of committing murder can. It's all a matter of igniting that fire. Of course. Come, Eddie, to the scene of the crime. But somebody had to have, like, tipped it over in order for it to, like, crash like that, right? Hey! It's that dude from. Oh my god, I can't English. From the first, investigations where we meet Child K. Right, when they were doing, like, the Yatagarasu thing. I'm sorry. Oh god, I'm just, like, trying to piece everything together so quickly. Might be more excited myself if the room wasn't a murder scene. That might just be the temperature in here. It's rather cold. A pleasure to meet you, Gregory Edgeworth. I'm representing Mr. Tangaroa. This is my assistant, Eddie Fender. There we go. I roll bad. Literally could not remember his name for the life of me. He eats paper? He likes to chew over his thoughts rather literally, I'm afraid. It helps him to digest and remember. Does he still do that? It's a little quirk of his. Please try to ignore it. Although I'd be the first to admit that's easier said than done. With introductions out of the way, Detective Bad, would you mind if we joined you in investigating the scene? Detective, you established my client's supposed guilt based on an investigation of the crime scene, correct? Then extend me the same courtesy. I believe he is innocent, and I would like the chance to prove it. flimsy. That's exactly why I wish to see the same for myself. I need to ensure that my belief is based on solid evidence and sound reasoning. I am. Thank you, Detective. I must admit, I didn't see that coming either. What did you think it was? But yeah, probably get for English. But yeah, he lollipop guy. I mean, I'm pretty sure if they could have had their way, they would have probably done like a cigarette or like a toothpick or something. But they're like, nah, we'll just do a lollipop. Better get started then. I'll need you to take notes, Eddie. Wow, I'm a defense attorney again. The Red Rover and the Crimson Tide. Looks like this title is inspiration for everything on display here in this room. The ship and the treasure chest, of course, but also all the other nautical objects on display. It's certainly a suitably grand theme to which, me, grand theme with which to showcase Mr. Tangaroa's talents. This is a fine selection of nautical paraphernalia. No, they're all made out of chocolate. You'd have a hard time bludgeoning somebody to death with one of them. They really do look genuine. I can hardly tell the difference myself. A true testament to Mr. Tangaroa's skills. What are you investigating, officer? Unusual to say the least. I've never seen a house quite like this one. They sure are. Second that, man. No. Perhaps we should ask a straight question. With him in a moment. A well-equipped kitchen, as one might expect. Sadly, it doesn't look like there's much to be found in the way of clues. There's some very tasteful tableware here, along with some kitchen utensils. This tea set is of the same design as the one Miss Bound served us with earlier. And was that the case for the utensils too? And Mr. Tangaroa was wearing gloves while he was working on his confectionaries. That could explain why prints were only found on the teapot and cup. I suppose it's possible to employ them in such a manner. But is it really all that suspicious to find a pair of gloves in a kitchen like this? I mean, he's not wrong. Literally, even the most trivial clue can be like big. Alright, let's talk. Well, okay, we could look at this. So this is where the body was discovered. I keep forgetting that is of so little words. Oh, they also took the chocolate with the blood on it. It appears the body was inside the treasure chest. What is that white thing? If only we had just a little more information. Hmm? There's something else in here. Oh, it's looks like a seal of some kind, with somebody's initials in an intricate shape carved into it. How did the police miss that? How do you just casually miss that? Police really do be good for nothing. Alright, let's look at the ship. It's really rather impressive, making an entire ship out of chocolate. I do sometimes wish Eddie could keep his cool a little better. One of the stands for the ship is broken. If he was, this becomes an accidental death and not a murder. Don't worry, Detective. For the moment, we're simply discussing a possibility. No, Eddie. Detective, can you tell us a little more about the state of the victim's body? But there's also like a blanket or something covering him. And what about the weapon? Has it been found yet? The detective's not one for sharing much, I see. Would you mind if we borrowed this? No, it means that it develops the pictures right there and then when you take them. Now then, I'd better get my facts straight and take down some notes of my own. Hmm. There's something in this picture that contradicts with the current crime scene. I'll need to call my powers of deduction to figure out why. I guess. The stand broke and the ship collapsed with it, and the loud sound it made brought Miss Bound running. But why did the stand collapse? What caused it to break? Could that really have been the case? I highly doubt it. Because if they said that the ship hit him, it's impossible because, first of all, the body was already in there, and then it broke. Like, sure, the wound was probably fresh, but like, look at how it stopped though. Like, it was impossible to actually like. I have no idea what I'm supposed to present to. It's titled Voyage of the Red Rover. So they sailed 6 whole seas before they found anything? Not exactly the luckiest crew out there. Did they even have detectives back in those days? Okay, I'm not entirely sure what I'm supposed to deduce. I have no idea. I don't know. I made it all looks pretty much the same to me. It might just do. Oh, would it be this? I don't know. I don't feel smart right now. You said the only thing that has been removed from the scene is the body? Really? Never mind, he's going back to nap. Then something here doesn't quite add up. Take another look at the scene in front of us, detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. Compare the treasure chest in the photograph to the real thing. In the picture, the solid chocolate bottom continues underneath the deceased head. And yet, that part of the chest is now gone. Exactly. So did the police remove it? Or perhaps the killer? Interesting. So somebody deliberately removed the blood from the scene. Imagine doing. Hello, let's speak. And you are? Oh, I'm an attorney, not a detective. Gregory Edgeworth. A pleasure to meet you. Carmelo Gusto. Hmm. Oh, ooh, that's pretty. I know, it's so cute. Oh, that, that's a dragon. It does look more aquatic than airborne, right? Oh, Zangfa. Oh my god. Perhaps we should get off the subject of his design sense right now. True. So what are you doing in here, Mr. Gusto? I didn't think they were allowing civilians on the scene yet. Makes sense, seeing as he's a contestant. Perhaps, perhaps I should ask him a few questions of my own. Oh my goodness. It's been a really slow day. Those are some interesting implements you use, Mr. Gusto. Chicken. The way of the confectioner sounds like a long one, too, if he's still injuring himself on a daily basis. What can you tell us about the contest? Based on what we've seen so far, flavor doesn't seem to be the only criteria at play. So you're competing for a title effectively. Time to read it. Let's see. Prizes Ultimate Cookbook. Title of World's Greatest Confectioner. Rules. Judging will proceed clockwise from the leftmost room. All contestants to gather in Mr. Tangaroa's room when judging ends. Non-confectionery items may not be used as decoration. Stands and display materials will be provided. Contestants may not enter another contestant's room until judging has been completed. Okay. How was the judging organized? What can you tell us about her? I don't have enough information to challenge him on that yet. Exactly, that's pretty suspicious. By the way, Detective Bad, what were you and Mr. Gusto talking about earlier? Hmm? Perhaps we can take a closer look at it together. Oh, there's a handprint on it. Mr. Gusto, would you mind helping us out? Thank you. That's very kind of you. Um, Hearken and see how we crossed the sea and rode the red tide to misery. What a jaunty rhyme for such a tragic sounding tale. Well, this particular light seems to be missing one of its life giving flames. Does it have some sort of symbolic meaning? Or could it be? This is. Looks like a fire alarm. He said, I know you want to, but don't. Honestly, that thought hadn't even crossed my mind. What does being an attorney have to do with it? Oh, one of these is missing. Is it really made of chocolate, though? Looks far too much like a regular illustration to me. The ultimate cookbook. In other words, the grand prize. Participants knew that the grand prize was in this room the whole time. Ah, the oddity Detective Bad was going to ask Mr. Gusto about earlier. Yes, you're right, Detective. Something is missing from this frame. I better show Eddie which part of the frame is missing some chocolate. Look at the decorative work in the corner here. Something's missing, no? It's the handprint. That's a very good question. Let's have some deeper meaning for the case. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my eye. Yes, yes. Handprint. Are these finger marks? Finger marks without prints. They could certainly be important to the case. There doesn't tend to be much of either at a crime scene, Eddie. True. Oh, you're right, Eddie. Yes, it wasn't exactly warm out in the fountain room either, but it's even colder in here. Would you like to borrow my jacket? I did, didn't I? Yeah, it does. And what do the controls do? So, in effect, each room is a giant freezer. No, don't you dare. The same goes for attorneys, Eddie. You must never disturb the scene of the crime. I suppose he must be very fond of them. I don't believe there's any more to be found, and if you say so. Do I have logic stuff to do? Oh no, is this right? Oh my god, it is. All Mr. Tangaroa's creations are missing little pieces of each, including one of the stands that was holding up the ship. Somebody really went all out. It's certainly a possibility. Either way, I think we can safely say the stand was damaged in our mysterious person's tampering spree. And when it broke, the ship fell and smashed open the treasure chest, which would have remained closed otherwise. I think we're about done here for now. Let's see. Who had access to that key? But Mr. Tangaroa's room wasn't locked, was it? Would you care to explain your thinking? Oh, I thought he was literally just gonna tell us. I didn't think it was gonna be this. I'm not ready. I mean, that makes sense, yeah. Do you also believe it was Mr. Tangaroa who damaged the other pieces in this room? I fully understand your reasoning, Detective. Now, would you mind if I applied a little critical thinking of my own? Just as a detective won't compromise his devotion to the law, I won't compromise my beliefs either. And I'm not about to just accept his version of events. In fact, I'm going to show him the piece of evidence that highlights the contradiction in his claims. I'll just. What was that? This was so quiet. Oh my god, I'm just not realizing the audio is like probably louder than me. I am so sorry. An hour in and I'm only now realizing it was louder than me. I'm sorry, guys. I'm telling you, that's the thing with like Switch games. They all have like different audio levels. Okay. No, that's hardly solid grounds on which to base your suspicion of Mr. Tangaroa, detective. First of all, he didn't say objection. He said hold it. This is so quiet. And why would he deliberately not lock his door? I'd be grateful if you stopped trying to steal my apprentice. You're saying Mr. Tangaroa himself deliberately smashed a treasure chest open. I struggle to see how he managed to destroy his creation while judging the contest at the same time. You know about Bacon Bob defection. Am I the only one who isn't familiar with the show? Him and Edgeworth truly peas in a pod without even knowing. Um, the, oh, dang it, I don't have it. Dang. Judging began in Mr. Gusto's room, correct? Oh, what is he making this time? It's a dog! Oh, but that looks like a little dog. I'm starting to enjoy these little displays. Oh my god. Honestly, I like Gregory. He's not so uptight as his son. I mean, granted, his son was mentored by Von Karma, so dang, if only his daddy were there. Do you have a clear idea of when exactly the murder took place? And yet you still went ahead and arrested Mr. Tangaroa? But it happened. But you also have to remember, it's cold in here. And as we know, well, people that play detective games where like it involves like finding bodies and autopsy reports and stuff that if you either like heat a body or cool a body, it warps the time of death because again with like keeping it cold it preserves the body and slows down like the decaying time. But still not grounds for an arrest. Surely you have to agree with that. Why do I get the feeling he's hiding something? Detective Bat seems pretty convinced that Mr. Tangaroa is the culprit. Oh, the noise. Okay, what do I have to present? Let me look at the notes. Okay, I guess I'll have to do the notes to the lid. There we go. We've established that the body was hidden inside the chest, and that Mrs. Bound only came running into this room when she heard a sound. It seems reasonable to infer that the sound was that of the chocolate boat collapsing. And yet you assert that it was Mr. Tangaroa who had smashed the lid of the chest. I believe this photo makes it clear that it was the ship that did the smashing. And if that had occurred only moments before Miss Bound entered the room, then it couldn't have been broken by Mr. Tangaroa, who was out judging the contest at that time. I was about to say contestant. Have you any way of proving that assertion? So he doesn't have anything conclusive. Have you found any prints in this room besides those of Mr. Tangaroa? Miss Bounds, right? I take it you haven't checked any of Mr. Tangaroa's works for prints yet? We know that somebody tampered with them. Therefore, it's possible they left some prints behind when they did so. I mean, that's fair. Deliciousco. Okay, I'm pretty sure Delicia didn't kill him, but only intended to like mess with his stuff so she could win. And that's my assertion. That she just wanted to like ruin his stuff, not kill Frost. Deliciousco. He was investigating the water, which is warm. It seems we have a suspect besides Mr. Tangaroa. Delicious scone. Mr. Custo mentioned her too. He said that she was ruthless, but she'd do anything to win. Again, I don't think it's her. You know. Yes, I think we'd better try to speak with her ourselves as well. Detective Bad, would you mind if we accompanied you? Aww, thank you, Mr. Bad. Thank you, Detective. You're too kind. Honestly, Edgeworth's dad is so great. Fair enough. I mean, I don't think anybody would see eye to eye with Manfred. Manfred von Karma, a living legend over at the prosecutor's office. We've never faced one another in the courtroom, but I've heard plenty of stories. Oh, so this is like the origin story between them? They say he'll do anything to ensure a guilty verdict. But I can't let that distract me. For now, I need only continue to do what I believe is right. I'm guessing this is their first meeting. Right? Is what was the case that they were working on? Oh, actually, I have no idea. I have no idea what case they were working on. That led to Gregory's death. Was it this one? I'm trying to think. Sorry, I gotta look up. See. 24. Okay. And the DL6 stuff happened in the first game. Uh. Oh, 15 years. Okay. So, sorry, I'm just trying to math right now. So, in the first game 15 years ago, minus 10, it's 14. 14 minus 5 is 9. So, he was 9 years old when that incident happened. And then he's saying this was 18 years ago. And I'm assuming the second one is still like in the realm of like the first one and the first one. Hold on. Oh god, I can't type. Oh my god, why can't I type? Sorry, I'm just trying to map stuff out right now. What is this? So they're saying in the first case, attorney investigations, he's 26. Okay, so it happens after trials and tribulations. Uh, so this would be um 18 years ago. So yeah, I was right. Like when he was 6. So before Manfred decides to like off his dad. Okay. I'm sorry guys. I will try not to go down rabbit holes a lot. I will try. Because I'm pretty sure when they like were talking about um Manfred and Gregory when they were like reopening the DL6 case in the first Ace Attorney game, they were saying that they had like butted heads a few times. And here he's saying he's never met Manfred before, so I'm assuming, you know, a few times. Whatever. You get what I'm trying to say. We better take a closer look at it when we can. Like a fairy tale storybook in here. Ugh. And this whipped cream covered construction must be the work of Miss Deliciascone. Oh, oh, the lovely boy at 34. Unexpected to say the least. He's only 34? Does being a lawyer like sincerely age you a lot? Like, he looks like he's like in his late 40s. I'm guessing being a lawyer in the Ace Attorney universe really takes a toll on you. Jesus. No wonder just how old she is. I'm guessing you don't like her much. Yes, alright. Oh god. I never thought I'd have to listen to this audio again, but here we are. Mannequins. Oh, the notorious prosecutor Von Karma himself. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Von Karma. Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law. What a thoroughly rude individual. And you might want to keep such rude thoughts to yourself, Eddie. We were hoping you might permit us to carry out some brief inquiries, Mr. Von Karma. This clearly isn't going to be easy. Why the sudden change of heart? His forehead is so shiny. I'm sorry, that's all I can think about. Him and Bads, oh my god, they have such shiny foreheads. Thank god it was brief. Okay, so Freddie Frost was covered by one of her blanket things. Why are Detective Bad and Mr. Von Karma investigating together? They don't seem to know each other well enough for it there to be bad blood between them. It's just Von Karma is just a big asshole. Like, that has his own flaws, but Manfred is terrible. Worse. Indeed. I'm not sure I trust Mr. Von Karma's motives, but at least we can do that much. And that answers my question as to why they're working separately, I suppose. Let's say we look over the room together, Detective. It worked out well enough before. Then you won't have to worry about us messing things up. You can keep an eye on us as we go. You have our thanks, Detective Bad. His dad is such a stand-up guy. Dang. We lost a good one, guys. We lost a good one. Of course, we understand. Now, shall we begin? He really is such a stand-up guy. Oh my god. Wait, she left? Oh, I was about to say she left. Ma'am, you can't just leave. There's a blowtorch and some chemicals here. I guess it's all for cooking with. I wonder what these chemicals are. Let's take a look at the labels. Mango down at 911. Homicide night 247. Mango down. 911. Hello, 911. There's a man down. They are, actually. I'm curious as to what homicide night might be. Me too. It's a cute little elf made of candy. And it's sitting on a little tree stump. Huh. The whipped cream decorations around it are beginning to lose their shape. The elf seems completely fine. Strange. There's a small door on the wall here, just like Mr. Tangaroa's. It's okay, Lee. Go back to sleep. It's just Bello being Bello, you know. That is odd. I wonder why. Oh my god. The ladder conversation. It's not a ladder, Detective Bad. It's a step ladder. You know, I always have to go for this conversation. It's so fun. Far from it, actually. You'd know if you observed their basic natures more closely. These must be the various tools Miss Scone used to build her castle. You cheeky young devil. I mean, he's not wrong. Alright, let's yap with her. Is it Mr. Von Karma? Has something happened between you two? It seems our English gentlewoman has taken a liking to you, Eddie. No small accomplishment. Never mind that now. We should ask her a few questions while we can. Could you tell us about what you did over the course of the contest? It's an English tradition. A chance to drink tea, enjoy a snack, and make small talk. I suppose you could say that. Greggy Peg like. When did I become Greggy? And where was this afternoon tea served? Sammy Poople. Chili. You're saying everybody except Mr. Frost and Mr. Gusto was present. True. She's real for that, I'm not gonna lie. And at any point during the contest, did you visit any of the other competitors? That's strange because your fingerprints were found in Mr. Tangaroa's room. We can't promise, but we'll hear you out. What exactly were you doing in Mr. Tangaroa's room? Research by destroying stuff? So, the traces of tampering in Mr. Tangaroa's room, that was all you. Girl, you took more than a little. In the stand holding up the ship, you took a bite out of that, I suppose. Actions were certainly suspicious. That's about all we can say for now. Okay. Ma'am. It's an incredible piece of work. Hard to believe this whole castle is made out of sugar and cream. I didn't know you were so into such fantastical things. Oh no, no, oh, no need to apologize. I admire your enthusiasm. Sometimes wish my own son was as animated as you. Yeah, he does. His name is Miles, and he's adorable. I do. He's still in elementary school, and yet he'd rather read a statue book than a fairy tale. I can't help but worry that his interests will make it hard for him to make friends. Well, he makes two. Well, a friend and an acquaintance. Oh my goodness. He makes a friend and an acquaintance. We'll leave it at that. You know what? Maybe I think maybe Edgeworth. Well, I'm sorry. I know we always just call him Edgeworth and not Miles, but I really do feel like Miles actually could have made a lot more friends had he not lost his dad and was taken in by Manfred. I think Manfred is just the main reason why Edgeworth is so messed up. Like if he had been taken in by literally like hopefully anybody else that was not Manfred, maybe he would have turned out better. But that's not the reality, so sad. I think you'd be more of a big brother to him than a friend, Eddie. Spoiler, he doesn't. Indeed. Then with that in mind, shall we continue our investigation? The doors of the castle have been left wide open. I like to see you say that to Mr. Von Karma's face, Eddie. Fair enough. It's all over the detective's shoes. Why are all these items being stored inside a candy castle? Ugh. Well, they certainly aren't made of candy. And I think I've seen fabric of the same color somewhere else before. What is this? I think I treat my priceless treasures with a little more care. Hmm, there's something on the bottom of them. Well, whatever they are, it seems they're not just a large set of paper. Gregory. That's a moment where you just go, Gregory. Shut up. What are you saying? Uh, the whipped cream in this room is collapsing because the temperature is too high. And yet, when you open the doors to the castle, the handles themselves were just fine. Sturdy? That's not the way I would describe most things made out of confectionaries. I think we'd better take another look at those handles, don't you? Fair enough. Safe to say those handles aren't made of candy. Whoa. Exposed. No, it's simply made to look like candy. With the cream adding having been added to lend it all the air of authenticity. Ooh. Huh, these pillars. They have hexagonal indentations. Hexagonal indentations, huh? I wonder. The rock stuff. Blueberries for me. Oh, why did the world have to take Gregory away? Hmm. Oh right. I just a part of me wondered like if Phoenix like ever met his dad like at least once before he died. I mean, he had to have, right? Maybe. No, because if I recall, they became friends ish in the same year that his dad died. So maybe. Who knows? That's so cute. He said blueberries for me. The rock crystal stands in the pillars in front of the castle feature the same hexagonal shape. I believe the crystals are meant to be placed on top of the pillars. But if that's the case, then why were they being hidden inside the castle? The rolls of blue cloth and the rock crystals inside the castle. I imagine both must belong to Miss Scone. Miss Scone, what were you using the items inside the castle for? My guts for garters. Seems the prosecution really has no intention of sharing anything with the defense. Use rock crystals and cloths to do that? They got her talking. She really opened up the moment we started talking about her trinkets. Well, technically he's not the one doing it, but sure. It's lovely. I guess it's her way of showing that she cares. Is it yoga? It is. I wish my son were here to see it. hurts so much. Oh, this hurts, man. Oh, I was supposed to read that. One of the elves must be feeling a little left out. I think we'd better take a look at the lips and the elves one more time. This elf doesn't have an illuminated cloth over it like the others. A cloth and what sort of machine exactly? Forgive me. So these machines, they... I see. So much new technology. I can barely keep up. Oh my god. Not the two of them not being great with technology. Well, no, it's actually... Well, I mean, I guess I tried to. This cloth could have something to do with the case. Uh, that's wonderful. The doors look nicely decorated now thanks to the beautiful cloth around it. Cloth which we found inside the castle. That's the man who just trampled all over the castle's entranceway. But I'll hold my tongue for now. Dang, God is this. Lamps appear to be broken. That's not just a stain. That's... Why is there blood on this lamp? Could have something to do with why its bulb is broken. We'd better take a closer look at the other one, too. So Miss Scone had actually intended to use these lamps in her display. Or perhaps the best place to hide a tree is in a forest. Anyway, if her intention was to put these salt lamps in her final display, that contradicts a certain piece of evidence in my possession. Oh, oh no, that's not it. Oh wait. Oh, maybe I should do the logic first. Hooks. Go again? Is there? Oh yeah, the rules. She broke the rules. Take a look at the list of rules for the contest, Detective. That maze assault lamps and the luminous cloths would have been against the rules. I think we need to dig a little further into this with Miss Scone before we can say for sure. We've seen what's behind those doors. There's really no need to look again. Hey, just, for looking sake. Let me. Mario, I just got some pretzels. Hey, logic. We know that the victim was struck and killed with something. And we found blood on one of the lamps, which has a smashed bulb inside. Would the lamp not have been the murder weapon? You science guy. So the murder weapon was hidden in Miss Scone's room. I'm beginning to think we may need to add her to our list of suspects. Not only did she use decorations that were against the rules, she didn't even make any real sweets. Miss Scone made a mockery of the rules. That's a good question. I think we better go ask Miss Scone herself. Miss Scone, why is the temperature of your room set to 68 degrees? I have no idea what she's talking about. Lee, no. Lee, go back. And I like how you said a person's age, not just a woman's age. Right. What? Not only did she break the rules by using fake candy, she's ignorant of basic facts about her supposed craft. The scone grows more mysterious by the minute. The scone appears to lack basic knowledge about how confectionery is created, and she says that she snuck into another entrance room for research purposes. Hardly the actions of a world-class confectioner, competing for a major prize. Or is she not actually a confectioner at all? Perhaps she had another agenda altogether. After all, we only have her word for it that she went into that room to do some research. There's no way of saying so for certain just yet, but she is hiding something. That much I'm certain. Thank you. Yes, we've certainly found plenty of interest. Something's been bothering me for a while now. Mr. Von Karma would have surely found the murder weapon when he searched this room. Yet, he didn't arrest Miss Scone. He didn't even seem interested in questioning her. I think our first priority should be to find out what he's really up to. Detective Bad, I have a few things I'd like to ask Mr. Von Karma. It appears Detective Bad is just as suspicious of Mr. Von Karma and Miss Scone as I am. Miss Scone, would you be so kind as to accompany us? To find Mr. Von Karma. Mr. Von Karma, I'd like to speak with you, if that's alright. We did. It was in Miss Scone's room. Which means that Mr. Tangaroa should no longer be the only person of interest. How can you be so sure of Mr. Tangaroa's guilt? You have an explanation, I assume, for why the murder weapon was in Miss Scone's room? Ma'am, that does sound plausible. And think about it. He had the ability to, because he was also going to be doing his rounds and checking stuff. Uh, but it's also like still full of holes because it's like surely somebody would have seen him walking around with a lamp, right? So it's your assertion that Mr. Oh, hold on. Leo wants to get out. It will take a little bit longer. Just gotta get my bread out of the toaster. Alright, back into it. Sorry about that though. I mean, you have proof that he did so. I think there's a lot of faults there. Like, surely somebody would have noticed if he was carrying a salt lamp. I mean, you're talking about the lamp made of rock salt that was hidden inside. Ooh, sorry. That was hidden inside the Candy Castle, correct? What made you go inside the castle in the first place, if you don't mind me asking? His objection is such the ugliest sounding one. True. That's right. Detective Bad was not a part of this investigation until very recently. Why does he assert that, though? But he came under suspicion anyway due to the body being in his room. So why? If only. If only I could say the same to you. I mean, yeah. But if there's no proof, how can you say for certain that Mr. Tangaroa is the culprit? And you didn't find evidence pointing to any other possible suspects. Perhaps you should take another look. You might. I have to think back over the scene of the crime. Mr. Tangaroa really isn't guilty. And there must be something that points to somebody else. Okay. Okay. Do we have anything? Anybody with the H in their name? No. Let me check the crime notes. Hmm. The only thing I can think of is the seal. Probably not it though. Or it could be this, the finger marks. Okay, so I have the options here. I have the cloth, the seal, and the finger marks. Which one is right? I don't know. Uh, because I feel like this might be Artie's, because I mean, look at it. Um, it's like a snowflake, and they said he dealt with ice basically, flavored ice. So maybe the claw. Probably wrong, but hey, we have to try everything. Ah, it is the cloth! Yeah! It's true that the murder weapon and the bloodstained chocolate were removed from the scene of the crime. Something else remained that does point to one person in particular. Take another look at the photograph of the body, if you will. The cloth covering the victim's lower half. Is that not one of the same luminous cloths we found in Miss Scone's room? Oh, I'm just now realizing her hair is kind of like um, green. Like, you know what I mean? Like when you're doing like the little dollops. he's older than he's older than Gregory. Of course he doesn't know. It may look like ordinary fabric at first glance, but attach one of these light emitting devices. The difference soon becomes apparent. He's old. But the fact that the cloth can be lit up is neither here nor there. We have to show why it's important. One of the rolls of cloth from Miss Scone's room went missing. And if you look closely at the blue cloth in the picture, wouldn't you say it's clearly made of the same material, Mr. Von Karma? The salt lamp and the luminous cloth both belonged to Miss Scone, and seeing as the body was wrapped in said cloth, surely even you have to admit that's suspicious. He's not going to. Mr. Von Karma. I think it's time to accept that a number of factors point to Miss Scone as a person of interest. The hell just picked it up? I'm not accusing you of anything just yet, but I do think you're hiding something. Exactly. Is something funny? What does he mean? Oh god, he's digging himself even further into a grave. What? This can't be happening. Here's you, Von Karma. You led us to the murder weapon knowing we'd make certain assumptions as a result. Two, okay, but these are also confectioners. They sometimes use gloves. That doesn't mean somebody didn't use gloves to hit the man. But wait, what about the luminous cloth that was left behind in Mr. Tangaroa's room? I don't have enough to disprove any of what he's saying. I'm not about to just give up. Detective Bad. The seal. He's right, we still have the evidence of somebody's activities to account for. I beg to differ. There's a piece of evidence I'm still not satisfied about either. And I suspect it might be the same thing that's bothering Detective Bad. The seal? Like, what is this? No? It's not the seal? He's like, oh. Okay, but like, I'm not wrong though, right? With the seal? Oh, do you mean the deep one? Or this? Honestly, all of them are like, okay. Like I said, it had to be one of the two. It had to be. There are finger marks on one of Mr. Tangaroa's creations. Supposing they belong to the murderer. It could certainly explain how their prints did end up on the murder weapon. Hey, it can't be worse than gumshoe. As long as you remember that the results of your salary review is up to your performance on this case. But you just said his fingerprints were on the murder weapon. If he was wearing gloves the whole time, then his fingerprints shouldn't be on it. But can you prove conclusively that the finger marks are his? Furthermore, there's still something about Miss Scone that doesn't add up. I don't have to make you a suspect, that much is certain. But you lied to us, and you're still not telling us everything. I'm sorry, but you don't even know the temperature whipped cream should be kept at. What kind of professional confectioner doesn't know something as fundamental as that? I don't think you're muddled headed at all. I think that you were never a confectioner in the first place. But this isn't a courtroom, is it? Nevertheless, what proof do I have that Miss Scone doesn't know the first thing about making dessert? Hold on, give me a second. Slide. Um, every single one of Miss Scone's creations break the rules of the contest. But those weren't the only rule-breaking items in her room. The entire fantastical world Miss Scone created, every last bit of it, it's all just a collection of plastic models slathered in whipped cream. That cream is the only authentic confectionery in the room. No real-world title contender would ever stoop so low. With her lies exposed like this, surely he can't continue to deny the fact. Miss Scone, your actions place you firmly on our list of suspects. Then why don't you finally start telling us the truth? Who are you really, and why were you tampering with your rival's work? I can't blame him for being so surprised. This couldn't be further from what we imagined. So what's somebody of your line of work doing entering a contest like this? Even Mr. Von Karma's lost for words. Remember, Miss Gone's fingerprints were found elsewhere on Mr. Tangaroa's other creations. I'd say that points her to not having worn any gloves. Her head may not be filled with cream, but she's certainly no master of subterfuge. Miss Scone, were Mr. Tangaroa's works the only ones you sampled? You were in the victim's room too? Quite possibly because the occupant was already dead. She sounds like me. Indeed. What didn't she sample? As long as what you've told us is the truth, that's all that matters in the end. Mr. Von Karma, please, let us accompany you. I think it's only fair that we be allowed to investigate the veracity of our conclusions. We'd like to accompany you all the same. Melted. What in the hell? the hell? What happened? Who sat there and said, yeah, let's just ruin his shit? Damn. It's a serious vendetta. I had no idea that was how it all came about. I read the files, but they didn't go anywhere. They, they didn't go into anywhere near that level of detail. What happened with the case after that? A year? I see. Ever find out how the victim's creations managed to just disappear? What do you mean? Indeed, in the site of the IS-7 incident. The various sculptures the victim made? Hmm. Fender. Perhaps you should look more closely at the pamphlet we were given. The winter wing is over there. So he made. Oh my god, it's Desi and Rocket Light! My favorite couple! I wonder if her taste is still expensive. Oh my god, I just love it when they bring back characters, man. But is this actually what he made? But he did the zodiac signs. Oh my god, it's Ron and Desi. I bet he still claims to be Master Mask. Oh man. I love Ron. It is the winter wing, you know. But you're right. It's like a freezer in here. It could be a trick of the light, but it feels like the whole room is made of ice. Alright, if you insist. Of course. Oh my god. Can I talk to them, please? What exactly are these two plotting? Wait, are you telling me she's supporting his thievery? Even though I don't support committing criminal acts, I'm glad to see that she's supporting his passions. Plus, it'll also make the money that she can use to splurge on more stuff, like her motorcycles. Oh man. I never get tired of those two. this? A boy wearing a backpack. What's he doing at an art gallery on his own? Does the boy know the owner of the gallery? There's a huge book I saw on display here. But wait, how did they know exactly what he made, though? Did he tell somebody? Wait a minute. That's one of the lamps. Are you telling me he had one in his room, and so the murder occurred in his room, and then they switched it out with hers to make it seem like she was the criminal? Hey, yo. Wait, and then one of the machines. He had machines too? Sorry. Oh, wait. Oh, I didn't read that. Oh, no. Oh, no, wait. It must be incredibly heavy, though maybe not. What with it being hollow on the inside. There's a constellation engraved into the surface along with some explanatory text. The Pleiades, known to some as Subaru, they form part of the larger constellation of Taurus. Why cram so many stars into one tiny part of a single constellation? I guess people in ancient times were hugely careful about such things. Shut up, Edgeworth. I did not mean to. I did not mean to. It's too cool. I did not mean to leave. That was my bad. So he also had a machine too. Okay. He had a lamp and a machine apparently. Hmm. Oh, so this is like just a sculpture. Um of what this is. Because this is the Taurus constellation. Because I looked over here and I saw the two, and I was like, oh, it's probably these two then. So it's probably like his interpretation of what they look like, I guess. But I did not realize he also interesting. There are two large ice statues on display here. Okay, but I just still want to know, like, how did they know that these were the works he did? Like, did he tell anybody? Did he like have sketches or something? And it was also supposed to be flavored too. I wonder what flavor it was. I really want to know now. Blue raspberry? Blueberry? Obviously it has to be something blue. Unless he went like cherry, strawberry, banana. Banana? That'd be interesting. I'm sorry. I'm getting carried away here. These are the works my father never got to see. I think that I get to see them instead. So many years later. This way? Oh, to give to his dad, because his dad was saying, I'd like to take Edgeworth to see this. Oh, my heart is melting. Fender, really? Yeah, because you don't know how much your dad wanted to bring you to this. And let you see it. God, it would have been such a core memory, man. Please don't do that again. I don't like having my picture taken. Why not? Now that you mention it, your camera does look rather ancient. Back in his day, it was all the rage. I know what an instant camera is, although I've never used one. For all his joking, he looks very serious about the pictures he's taking. He must have his own theories about the IS-7 incident. So wait, when they're like labeled like DL6, SL9, um, IS-7, are they like cold cases basically? It's like nothing really came to fruition from them. Like what is it called? A verdict basically. Like yeah. Wait, so that means Samson, he really did get put away for the murder? Did he? Because like with DL6 and SL9, they didn't really have anybody they could pin the stuff on. Because like there was like still room for doubt and whatnot. But with this one, it seemed like they pretty much like would still pin it on Samson, even though there was still other stuff that um they couldn't really look at, like for example, Frost's creations because it was all melted. Hmm, I wonder. Well, since you've already shoved one in my face, they appear to represent Taurus and Gemini, two constellations best observed during winter time. Uh, thanks. Okay, but are they gonna explain how they they got what he made 18 years ago? Like, please, I need to know. So the victim made these same zodiac statues out of flavored ice for the contest 18 years ago. So this is what you wanted to show me. Yeah, your dad wanted to show you all the confection. Not at all. I'm happy to be able to see where my father's final case unfolded. Wait, so this is the one that led him to being stuck in the elevator with Yanni and his dad? Really? I said 18 years ago. And if they are right that he's 26 and this 18 years ago, he when he was 6, but he says final case, and we all know his final case was 15 years ago. He was 24. Okay, so maybe they're wrong. No, wait, because it still says 18 years ago. And if he's 24, then he'd be even younger. What is going on here? Why is time not matching? Hello? Okay, so maybe if we think about it this way, 15 years ago, which means it's been 3 years now since then. So that would make him 27. Because then that would explain the discrepancy. Oh my goodness. It would sure help a lot if, it had his profile here. Okay. So I'm just gonna assume that he's 27. Because that would be the only thing that makes sense if he's saying it was his father's final case. Oh yeah, because I think I do remember when they were like talking about DL6, they were saying like stuff like they didn't really come to a conclusion in that case because of, well, now we know why, because ice melted, so nothing to really see. um, okay. Yeah, okay. Everything's lining up. I love it when things line up. Absolutely not. It's a statue of a rather ferocious looking bull. Not a gaze one would want to be fixed with. But then, I was always taught to return a stare with a stare. What is your dad teaching you? Although in this case, discretion might be the better part of valor. Metro funny. There's an enormous block of ice on display here. Yeah. Castor and Pollux. Every year in December, countless shooting stars can be seen emanating from this constellation. I wish these two would stop talking so loudly. It's difficult to concentrate. Never mind, I'll just go take a look at some other exhibit. I'm glad to see that those two are still very much in love with each other. This lamp appears to be made of rock salt. It's illuminating the diagrams of the zodiacs above it. Yes, both Gemini and Taurus are not only zodiac signs but constellations that are visible during winter. Winter constellations on display in the winter wing, and uniquely, these statues are made of flavored ice. Wait, really? So they even got the flavor that he used? According to the pamphlet we received, the ones in the other rooms are made of crystal glass. This might be rather fitting for the summer wing, too. Who doesn't like a nice snow cone on a sunny day? Hmm. But then it would probably be too similar to this room itself. Huh. Bender, I can't seem to find the temperature controls you mentioned. According to the pamphlet, the winter wing is kept at a constant 27 degrees. He's probably giving him a death glare like, I dare you to put your arms around me. I dare you. No. I suppose so. What was that? Oh god. Introvert. Bro, you make it seem like you had to like run 50 miles. Literally, all you had to do was exit the room. But I guess it's. Okay, so this is definitely after Trials and Tribulations, because Larry's still doing his art thing. There's someone on the ground? Is that. Yeah. Where there's trouble, it's usually the butts. Larry, what are you doing here? Actually, never mind that. What on earth is going on? Just calm down and tell me why there is an unconscious man on the floor. Yeah, it's the Gusto guy from Hello Gusto. They brought her back. Oh, her hair got longer. Judy bound. Wait, the smell. Everyone, with me. There isn't a moment to lose. There's poison gas coming out of that room. I'm so sorry. I said that so unenthusiastic. Well, it shouldn't be enthusiastic, but you know what I mean. Hmm. How's the victim doing, Fender? So, am I to assume that he's the one who did it? And pinned it on Samson? And Judy Bound was like, oh, so it was you that got my moneymaker jailed. Okay. Let's see. I couldn't help noticing that it seemed like you knew him, Fender. The confectioner. So he was here 18 years ago, too. Yes, something like that. I'm glad you're okay, Larry. This is Larry Butts. He's a bit of a troublemaker, but he's one of my only friends back when we were little kids. Ever since he developed a passion for art, he's been trying to make it big as Laurie's Dune. But new name or not, he's still the same old Larry. True, he won. Well, technically, he has two friends. I never knew I was the cause of such worries from my father. I'm sorry, man. It just hurts so much just seeing how much his dad cared about him. Yeah, man. It hurts. Never mind that now, Larry. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Good. Now talk. So, not actually for your art at all. Spare me. Mauricio. Didn't you say you'd seen something awful? For once. Don't look so proud. That's the least we should be able to hope for. Oh, she now has roses along the thing. That wasn't, yeah. Another person from the IS-7 incident. Oh, she has a fan now. It seems more well endowed. She was at the reception desk when we arrived, so she's the one in charge here. Miles Wedge. Miles Edgeworth, prosecutor. It's a pleasure to meet you. She's very polite. There's something strange about her. Why do you want it, Larry? What's going on? Why are they looking at me like? Why are they looking at me like that? How lovely for you both. Larry, could you go practice your drawing somewhere or something? Damn. Just don't get lost, man. You did come all the way to an art gallery after all. It would be a shame to waste the opportunity. That's one way of putting it. I can only apologize. By the way, there was another woman with you before. Where is she now? Is she a scum? We've heard that name before, haven't we, Fender? Finishing what his daddy started. That would be lovely. Thank you. So she just leaves it there? This aroma. I don't even remember how I pronounced it the first time. Uh, Salin, I believe. Let's give it a try. Hmm. This is a fine blend. Top quality is Salin indeed. Citrus aroma. Hmm. Anyway, don't you think this is a little odd? Yes, it almost feels as if an investigation is in order. Detective Gumshoe, what were you thinking bringing Kay with you? Then run away. Don't chase the poor detective. Alright, we're counting on you, detective. But he is a real detective. This is Edgeworth speaking. Hmm? It looks like the exact same as the room in the. What? Very good, detective. Now calm down and tell me what you see. Wait, a statue of two people and a two-horned animal? That sounds familiar. In fact, it sounds identical to the display in the winter wing. Oh, the glass is cracked. What the hell? Wait, is this the real one? Because obviously this is different because I would remember seeing fins. I would definitely remember seeing that. Sprinklers? Are there any signs of a fire? Security setup is geared around protecting exhibits. That makes sense in an art gallery, I guess. But the autumn wing is cold too. Why is the autumn wing being kept at the same temperature as the winter wing? Understood. Thank you, Detective Gumshoe. He said that the autumn wing is actually quite wintry. I'm wondering what it could mean myself, but it's a bit hard to tell from out here. We should try to get in there as soon as the police are done with their investigation. I like how as time went on, his hair got poofier. If we have to. And I guess if we. And I guess we have to. Oh my god. I have some questions for you, Larry. I never said you did. I just need you to tell us what you saw. You said you saw something awful. How so exactly? There's something you should know about him, Fender. When something smells, it's usually the bloods. We've been saying that about Larry for 26 years now. Oh, so he is 26. Well, his birthday could have came early. Okay, so it is about the same. His ability to attract trouble is legendary, for want of a better word. His ability to cause trouble, too. I suppose I'd better find out what he did this time. Oh god, mind chess. Shouldn't prove to be much of a challenge. Damn. So why are you here? You're back, Lee. Uh-oh. According to you, perhaps. I imagine I might struggle to agree. One second, hold on. Where is this, though? How come you're here alone? And I expect you're pretty proud of this sketch. How very like you to try to tell me nothing and give so much away in this same process. So to summarize, you came here today to draw a sketch of the Gemini statue for your girlfriend Lulu. From your incessant prattling, you can't just help yourself, can you? Larry may want to keep his mouth shut now, but I'll have my answers one way or another. It is just a matter of time. Alright, tell me what you did once you arrived here. You didn't get one? You didn't receive a pamphlet when you pay your entrance fee at the reception desk? Reception desk. You didn't pay? You mean to tell me that you entered without paying? Oh, she wasn't at the reception desk? Interesting. According to Detective Gumshoe, Miss Pound had to enter the security room to activate the sprinkler system. I expect she wasn't at the reception desk because she was busy responding to the incident. You know a lot about it. You say you don't have a pamphlet, and yet you seem to know all about the Winter Wing. For example, that the Gemini statue you came here to draw just so happens to be in said room. Therefore, it was your intention to visit the Winter Wing all along, wasn't it? I'm done with you. Go home. Huh? Maybe I should have did the first one. Yeah, that's what I figured. I'm done with you. Go home. It's crazy. You didn't go in? He prevented you from entering? Hmm. Wasn't it the autumn wing that the victim came out of? Or did? Okay, now we can do this one. Alright. So what became of your sketch? You gave up on that a little easily, didn't you? Surely you saw something, even if you were distracted by the victim's collapse. So you saw something. Were you blinking too hard? Really, Larry, you could at least try to make this a little harder for me. I put it to you, Larry Butts, that you did in fact see something totally terrifying. I'm not sure there's much point in you trying to keep any secrets, given your track record. It wasn't exactly the most edifying use of my time, but that's checkmate. You keep talking about a Gemini statue. There's no way you saw what you think you saw. It's simply not possible. Larry's still laboring under the misconception that he was looking at the window. No? Oh, did they want me to the pamphlet because it was the autumn wing? Okay. Okay, that's what they want. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can you actually look at it? Basically, Samson is spring, Gusto is summer, um, Delicia is autumn, and Mr. Frost is winter. I see. I'm sorry. Take a look at this pamphlet. The autumn wing features sculptures depicting Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, and Aries. Not only that, but I've seen the statue depicting Gemini in the winter wing for myself. Which means that whatever you saw, it can't have been the statue of Gemini. Hmm? Why is he not more surprised by that? Oh, other stuff? Show me what exactly. It's probably it's probably gonna look like the last case from Trials and Tribulations. It's gonna look like a kitty drawing. Oh, what the hell? Right. What on earth? It's grotesque. You're trying to tell me that the statue was crying tears of blood? So he wasn't reacting to the victim collapsing in front of him after all. Wait, when you say it turned into a goddess, what do you mean exactly? Is that what his sculpture was supposed to do? Like after a certain point, it like transformed like that? Ooh, that's actually pretty interesting. I like to see that. Don't be a fool. I imagine you simply mistook one statue for the other. No. Okay. I simply thought I might have a use for it later. Maybe the bathroom. Edward, no. Yeah, I have to agree with Larry this time. That is terrible, man. I suppose I am, yes. Could there be some kind of trick to the Pisces statue, perhaps? Yes, Edgeworth speaking. There's no danger from the gas anymore. Yeah. Let's go, let's go. Thanks. Good work, detective. It seems it's finally safe to enter the autumn wing. Did you really think I was going to leave you out here on your own? I know better than that. Alright, everyone, to the autumn wing. Here we are at last. And it really does look a lot like the winter wing. Harry. Detective, your report if you don't mind. Was somebody using it to heat something? Was the stepladder already like that when you entered? Is that so? The Pisces statue. This is the autumn wing, so I imagine it should be Capricorn. Now we have evidence from the IS-7 incident, too. So, the transformation Larry witnessed. It had been the moment when the cloth around the Pisces statue lower half fell away. Oh, I completely forgot to read. So somebody went to some lengths to disguise the autumn wing as the winter wing. Hmm. I'd say we need to take a closer look at things in here. Wouldn't you, Fender? Who is it? Oh, not you two again. Mr. Winter and Judge Cabell. Dang. Prosecutors are so mean to the detectives. Right? From you, of all people. Feels undeserved. Unjust. Not so fast, Mr. Winter. I was simply assisting with the police's investigation as a witness and bystander. Detective Gumshoe is entirely in the right. That's not what I'm saying at all. It's work. Give him a little salary bump. By which you mean this is Mr. Winter's case. Hmm. I'm sorry, I'm just processing the fact that he's stupid. I'm sorry. I'm just processing like his intellectual capacity. Your guess is as good as mine. I can't even begin to imagine how the boy's mind works. Thank God I'm not the only one. Jesus. Like, I don't know. I can't. Lack of the attitude. Something tells me he doesn't know the real winning turn of phrase. Mm-hmm. And where might that have been? Thank you. Ubiquum in asphyxium. I feel like I said like a French word right there. Asphyxium. Asphyxium, maybe. Asphyxium. I'm probably saying these names all wrong, and I'm so sorry. Oh, so it's something anyone could get their hands on. Infesticide Ultra. Well, you see, if you're thinking that, then why are you suspecting Larry? Like, I'm pretty sure if you do a background check on Larry, you'll see that he's probably never left the country. Never seemed to like. Does anybody not suspect Judy, Miss Actress, who's done all these movies and stuff like that? Hello? Like, I can't be the only one thinking it's probably Judy. You know what? It was probably Judy both times. Probably. Because, like, think about it. Nobody asked Judy what she's been doing. And she could have been sitting there lying, like, oh, yeah, I was doing my maid duties. Everybody saw me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And nobody would really question it because, yeah, it's a given. She's a maid. She's assistant, yada, yada, yada. Dang, Judy. I can't believe you got away with murder. Dang, girl. Don't waste your breath. Judge Cavell informed this already. Okay, but then how do you suppose he got the I'm sorry. How do you suppose he got the asphyxion? Indeed. I haven't known him long. He's a little prone to jumping to the wrong conclusions. Simply intimidated. Woman, you. No, that is not even the case. This dude is just here for comic relief. Like, I assure you, he's as useless as they come. Okay. Okay. What you got? Sorry, I can't help it. Oh god, what's he gonna come up with? Well, I suppose. Yeah. But you didn't explain how he got the. Sorry. I was just giving a bit of ice cream. But I can't. Bro didn't even explain how he got the asphyxium. Sorry. I'm just trying to finish this ice cream first. The last thing I need is for it to like be spilling everywhere. Especially with like all my electronics around here. PSA and reminder to everybody, if you're going to have liquids near your electronics, please make sure that it can be sealed. Like have a bottle or a reusable bottle or something that can close tightly. So in case you knock something over, it doesn't spill everywhere. Like please. Like I know it's like a no-brainer, but like you honestly don't know like how many times people just forget because they're like, oh, it'll never happen. I'm always so careful, and there's always that one time it does happen, and you leave it open. You know. Oh my god, this woman. Ignore him, please, Your Honor. It's for the. I have better things to do than pick holes in your faulty logic. But I don't suppose I have much choice. Oh god, my finger. Um, yeah, can't deny that. Yeah, that's true. He was not striding away. What are you talking about? It's by no means certain that paint was the source of the poison gas. You make it sound as if you think there's something wrong with how I speak. You're the first to admit that he's something of a suspicious character. Larry, I don't need you to make this any more convoluted than it already is. Is Mr. Winter just continue? Uh, is it this? I'm feeling a little dumb today. Your deductions are anything but winning, I'm afraid. Unless you're looking to win a prize for incoherence. What you deserve is to be set right. The gas came from within the case containing the sculpture of Pisces. Allow me to offer you a bit of advice. One prosecutor to another. It always helps to listen carefully to others. The gas is created when ubiquium is mixed with another substance, asphyxian. Paint containing ubiquium alone wouldn't create any kind of gas at all. I can't. So you're telling me all this was based on a mishearing of the forensics report? The gas had already done its work by the time Mr. Butts found the victim. Perhaps it's your own aptitude you should be worrying about. And attitude, the other word you misused only minutes ago as well, is another thing entirely. What I am doing is demonstrating that you do not have the aptitude required to head up this investigation. Oh, and what flaws might those be? But the paint isn't important on its own, surely. What's important is the combination of the red ubiquium and white asphyxian. How exactly were the two substances introduced to one another? Surely we need to figure that out before anything else. We are not here to make trouble. Quite the opposite, in fact. We're here to help. I can certainly point you toward a vital clue as to how it was done. I'm guessing the blowtorch? There's literally nothing else in here. No? I'm sorry. I literally know nothing about gas making, okay? Why is he sliding backwards? uh, what is this? I don't know. I don't know. How do you want me to prove this? Picture, is that it? That's exactly what I'm saying, yes. Thank you for noticing. The red tears, Mr. Butsaw. That was the ubiquium. How much time am I going to have to waste taking him through this step by step? Red tears alone would not have been enough to create the gas. They must have been mixed with something else inside that case. Evidence is right there in the sketch I just showed you. The pink stuff? I would assume. I would assume the pink stuff. Observe the pool of pink liquid beneath the Pisces statue's glass case. This clearly shows that the two chemicals mixed. Does he not know what color red and white makes? We have an artist with us. Why don't we ask him? Larry, you claim to be something of a painter. I imagine you have some experience mixing colors. What happens when you mix red with white? We get it. That would be more than enough, thank you. Do you see what I'm getting at now, Mr. Winner? Yes, very good. We got there at the end. What about your girlfriend? Hello? Oh my god. You may rest assured, Your Honor, that I mean to prove my theory of our. To all of our satisfaction. How'd she retract it so fast? Yep, we can. It is. I distinctly remember how it went. Prior to the incident with the gas, it was not possible to enter this room from the outside. And the fact that he didn't suffer the ill effects of the gas. Search him for a gas mask if you'd like. I doubt you'll find one. That was a little too easy. Well, Judge Cavell, do you accept that Mr. Butts is no longer a viable suspect? And that once again, Mr. Winter's deductions have fallen short of the mark. Ma'am, we're not in court. Who exactly is this next suspect? Oh, not Delicia again. Uh-oh. Hold up, my display is dying. Hold on. There we go. All better. Is it possible? Could Judge Cavell have suspected us going from the start? What exactly is your angle here, Judge Cavell? This is definitely going to be a long one. Woody Poo. So much for call me the winner. You must address me by my given name. Just Miles will do. I wonder just how old she is. We all do. Ah, so it's like a mortar and pestle, kinda. Ma'am, you gotta chill out. Some of us want to hear the history of what people been up to for 18 years. Damn. Might I ask what you mean by you know what's? He certainly talks like a skilled pharmacist. Oh, ma'am, you just. You know what it probably was? So I am right. It probably was Judy both times. So Judy's like, hey, Alicia, do you think you could get me some Infesticide Ultra? Because I'm having an infestation problem right now, and it's getting close to opening time for the gallery. So you think you could get me some? She's like, oh yeah, sure, girl, I got you. It's probably what happened. It's definitely what happened. Strange. I thought she suspected Miss Scone. But something in that smell makes me wonder if she has some other angle in mind. I think Kay might be able to help us figure out just that. Or at least Mr. Thief might. which means he's right. What exactly does she have in mind here? Yes, the answer is indisputable. Well, the man himself, Carmelo. No? Like, hello? He was probably the only person in the goddamn room. The victim, Carmelo Gusto, is the only person to have entered the Autumn Wing. Thus, only he could have opened the case. Literally, I'm like, it could literally be only be Gusto. Hello? Understood. Even if Mr. Gusto did open the case, we still have no idea why. Cause Judy probably told him, oh hey, there's probably something, there's a little secret surprise in the Pisces case. If you open it from the top, you know? Let's use the data we've collected to recreate the scene before the poison gas went off. I can't believe you did this, Judy. What's your motive? Let's begin by examining the Pisces sculpture. There's a generous amount of ubiquium frozen to the underside of the top part of the case. And do we have any idea of how the glass lid might have come to be so cracked? Oh, I was supposed to be reading, oh god. It was cracked by heat expansion. Applying heat to ice-cold glass from the outside will cause it to crack. Why indeed? A a heat-cracked glass lid lined on its underside with frozen ubiquium. I certainly do, and what's more, I know how Mr. Gusto opened the case. Would have been quite the wait. The blowtorch. The blowtorch showed signs of having been used recently when it was found here in the Autumn Wing. I think it's likely that it was used on the glass lid, causing it to crack. Indeed. You did it. Yay! Okay, would you mind updating the recreation so that Mr. Winter can follow along too? So funny. It's gotten bigger. Mr. Gusto was alone in the Autumn Wing, and while he was in here, he used his blowtorch to melt the frozen ubiquium on the underside of the lid. As the ubiquium melted, it mixed with the asphyxion that was already present inside the glass case, thereby producing our poisonous gas. When Mr. Gusto had finally managed to open the lid, he would have released the gas and poisoned himself. He made it as far as the fountain room where he collapsed. It seems we got there in the end. I'm not sure. In fact, we don't even know what his ultimate goal was. Did everyone involved with the IS-7 incident make the same mistake? I'm sorry, I was checking on the cat. I think we need to go and take another look at the winter wing. Time to see how quickly I can convince Mr. Winter, I suppose. The answer to what exactly? Thank you, indeed. I find it's always best to leave things like a child wrangling to a professional. What is it now? Perhaps you could explain, Mr. Winter? A product that we have established contains asphyxian, one of the ingredients of our poison gas. He just said you and Miss Bound. Why is nobody suspecting Miss Bound? Hello? Oh my god. I'm going crazy here. Why is nobody like guessing like, oh, maybe she what, never mind. Never mind. What is she looking for? Hmm? That cloth looks familiar. And what is this? No, really. The first complaint filed, offense theft, items stolen, infesticide, Ultra 1 bottle. It's a crime report relating to theft. Yeah, I see. But why on earth would you carry such a hazardous substance around with you? Indeed. Is she. Hello? Where's the other L? If she really were the one who set up the poison gas trap, then I highly doubt she would have used a method that directly implicates her. Did I not read that? I didn't. Someone with knowledge of the victim's likely behavior, and the time and the means to prepare. Two factors which point to one very specific person. Judy. 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 Her! I've been saying it's her for the very longest time. I knew it was her from the very start. Judy! Surely only Miss Bound, the proprietor of these premises, could possibly have prepared in such a way. We'll need some solid evidence to support such a theory, nonetheless. And it was probably her 18 years ago, too. Strange. It's like he already knew. That is not what I was hoping for. Hm. You mean that every single one of your conclusions proved to be hogwash? Oh, then what's our next move? And then? We'll join you, if you don't mind. I'm glad she got out of that one, because I did not want a repeat of what happened 18 years ago. Poor woman. Okay, but then again, it was her own fault, though. It was her own fault. You spoiled little. There is? What on earth? Uh-oh. What in the hell? Judy going crazy out here, for real, for real. What is the meaning of this? I am, and I think the answers lie in the IS-7 incident itself. In fact, I'm convinced of it. Oh my goodness. It just keeps getting good, better and better, man. But didn't we already go through it though? What else are we gonna do? We're going back again? To do what? All Mr. Frost's work destroyed. Mr. Von Karma wasn't very happy. He told us to get out, and in no uncertain terms. Now, Eddie. It was always the job of the police and the prosecutor's office to investigate the scene. You can't assume that everybody's aims are the same as your own. You may wish to expose the truth, but others might prefer to accept things at face value. Which way of thinking is right will depend on the person. It can happen. We're all human, police and prosecutors included, which is why defense attorneys exist. Our job is to help people in just situations. In just such situations. To be friends to the friendless. Now, we may not be able to investigate the Winter Wing as we hoped, but that doesn't mean we give up. You're young, Eddie. You'll learn soon enough. Yeah, see? She now has roses on her thing. What is that called? It's not collar. Collarbone spot? I don't know. Whatever it's called. Thank you. A little sugar boost might actually help. Although these are a little too sweet for my liking. And a little uniquely shaped. Dear sweet Eddie, you really do still have a lot to learn. It seems you're quite committed to the work you do for Mr. Tangaroa Misbound. What the hell? What kind of story? What kind of fake ass story is this? Actress, truly. I must be getting old. I'm welling up a little myself. This is a fake ass story, I can feel it. Anything to save him, even though you're the one who destroyed the evidence. You destroyed his sculptures. We're very grateful, Miss Bound. Perhaps you could help us by answering a question. Do you know the victim? Oh, so she took a picture. But she didn't get a picture of the other stuff, did she? My. They're stunning. I didn't know you were keen on constellations and the Zodiac Eddy. Or he didn't have time because he was killed. I see him, see him. See, I told you, she killed him. She killed him. It's been Judy this whole time. And she went unpunished. So they kidnap her for his death. Hey, they kidnap her for trying to kill Gusto. Because Gusto probably figured it out. It was her. Anyways. It seems she's got something to hide too. You took this photograph yourself, Miss Bound? Well, alright then. It would be a shame to waste a good hair shade. Oh, we don't get to see it? So there aren't any negatives for us to reference, huh? As soon as Mr. Tangaroa used the same camera during the contest. But didn't you take a picture of the body when you discovered it? And didn't you discover the body while the judging was still underway? In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected. But had he really, though? I see. I'd be grateful if you could lend us the camera and this picture, Miss Bound. Hey, Bad. Guess he got tired of people cluttering up his crime scene. Why would Mr. Von Karma go so far as to exclude his own lead detective? Mr. Gusta went into Mr. Frost's room? Is that really why Mr. Gusta went into Mr. Frost's room? Detective. And that's one thing that I do like about Bad. He cares more about the truth than whatever the hell is driving Dharma. Indeed. Thank you, Detective Bad. It's definitely nice to have the good detective on our side, that's for sure. Alright, let's take a look at that photograph. Oh, that's Yuli. I'm so sorry. I'm like, what am I hitting? And then I look and see that I'm hitting his foot. Alright, what does it look like? So let's see, it's unplugged. You can see more of the card. And the floor appears to be completely covered in a pale blue liquid. I should compare this with the photo I just borrowed from Miss Bound. I assume that the unplugged power cord has something to do with all of this. Do you have any idea when it was unplugged? The salty bit? Gemini's liar. It's interesting that only one particular part of this one particular sculpture tasted different from the rest. And could somebody other than Miss Scone really be responsible for eating all of the strings? Well, eating the rest of the strings. Do you notice anything else, Miss Scone? The seal, pH. Oh, isn't pH like something? I can't remember, but it's something. It's almost like a signature or something. Wait. I hope you don't mind me asking, Miss Bound. Are you certain you didn't know Mr. Frost particularly well? Is that so? He certainly seems to have some strong opinions about his attitude toward his work. Girl, I'm sorry, but I don't believe you. You have a more personal connection to him, I mean to his work, than that. I have an item of evidence that appears to have been one of Mr. Frost's possessions. It shares a key feature with another piece of evidence. Wait, which two items point to Mr. Frost? And this is the first. And now the second. He's Paul Halik. No wonder. Okay, so I'm starting to see it. So she probably figured out somehow, some way that Artie Frost is Paul Halik. Um, and then I'm guessing she figured out that Gusto did something to him or whatever. And she's getting revenge 18 years later for it. Because we all saw how much she was talking about Paul Halik and how much he loves his, like, stuff and whatnot. Um, Interesting to think about. Because actually, if you think about it, because the stuff that she got, like the teapot and cups and saucers, basically have to do with, like, space and stuff like that, the stars. Like, you have the moon, and then you have, like, the teacups in the shape of stars, and the saucers with, like, the star shape on them. And then his, basically his sculptures, you know, constellations and stuff like that. Okay. So I guess the teapot? Like, I feel like it would be the. Because I want to do the sculptures because she said there's, like, the pH on it. Okay, I'll just do this first and then see what happens. You're leaving, Lee? Are you leaving? Because if you're leaving, then I have to get up. Okay, he's leaving. Oh my goodness. You know when they go in and out. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'll do the sculptures first and then do the teapot. Nope. Okay, so I was right. It's the teapot. Oh, I was about to say, oh no, I messed up already. There we go. So I should have went with my gut. Oh, dang it. Miss Scone found two letters carved into Mr. Frost's ice sculptures. I think they were a signature of sorts. After all, it's not unusual for an artist to initial their work. You'd think so, but take a look at this. It's the seal we found at the crime scene. It seems reasonable to assume that it fell from Mr. Frost's pocket. And when pressed into the surface of an item, it would leave behind the letters PH. The same pottery mark we see imprinted on the bottom of the teapot. Ugh, I'm sorry. On the bottom of the items in the teapot. The tea set. I can't read. Jesus. We have already established that the tea set is the work of the sculptor Paul Helique. From that, we can assume that these same letters would mark any item out as a piece of his work. A fact of which you are well aware, correct, Miss Bound? That's right, Detective. Artie Frost had another identity. He was no ordinary confectioner, at least, as far as Miss Bound was concerned. For you see, Mr. Frost was, in fact, the famed sculptor. Mr. Frost was, in fact, none other than the famed sculptor Paul Helique. It was proof enough for Miss Bound. What matters is that she believed it. His true identity will have to be investigated by the good people of the precinct. So you admit it. You were aware of who Mr. Frost really was. I mean, maybe he's not as great as man as you thought if somebody went out of their way to kill him. And be honest. Did you enter Mr. Frost's room at any point? The photograph of Mr. Frost's room. I'd like to know when it was taken. I'm afraid I find that rather hard to believe. You said yourself that the camera ran out of film during the judging, and that you've had charge of the camera since before Mr. Tangaroa had the chance to visit Mr. Frost's room. That's how you were able to take that picture when you discovered Mr. Frost's body. This suggests that you took only two pictures with the new film, one of Mr. Frost's body and one of his room. Don't tell me she melted it to hide his identity. Girl. I swear, if she did, I'm gonna knock her out for real. But I have a piece of evidence that says otherwise. I do. I do. Let me. You're still good. Let's see. I contradict. I guess this one? You gave the picture of the body to the police and the picture of Mr. Frost's room to me. 3 photographs in total, and yet the film cartridge in this camera only has 3 exposures remaining, out of a total of 20. You took more pictures, and I want to know what of. I'll need to see all the photos you took. Perhaps then we'll finally learn what you were really up to. You are? Why? By mistake? Are you sure? Right. That seems a little convenient to me. I'm not sure I believe it, but I'm not in a position to refute it either. Please, don't worry about it. The important thing is that you told us the truth, which I highly doubt is the truth, but eh. Whether we're part of it or not, we'll uncover the truth nonetheless. Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto. You went into Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why? Wait, please, I'm not done questioning her myself. Why does he walk like that? Hold on. Well, indeed. Well, I suppose that means there's little point in us hanging around either. Perhaps it's time we got going anyway. It is rather late. I hope the snow has let up. Alright, let's go grab a burger. Or my own stomach starts rumbling too. We will indeed. And our first port of call will be with Mr. Tangaroa. That is quite the last name, for real. Well, we're ready at the ladder, so I might as well continue. Jesus, this is gonna be a long video. They're on to us. What do I do now? Looks rather tired. Has Mr. Von Karma finished interrogating you? Detective Bad? What are you doing back there? What happened to his hair? They're not letting you sleep? Detective Bad really is trying to look out for Mr. Tangaroa in his own way, it seems. Alright, Eddie. Let's share yesterday's findings with Mr. Tangaroa. Mr. Tangaroa, we found out quite a bit if you'd like to hear it. Well, when you haven't slept for like hours, I'm pretty sure they do a number on you. Do we have anything that might give him a little energy boost? Technically, we shouldn't be giving him food, but I wish I could just give them to you, Mr. Tangaroa. The rules here don't exactly allow me to do so. I hope Detective Bad is noting the meaningful looks in his direction. Thank you, Detective Bad. True. Detective, I apologize for putting you in a tight spot. Oh my god. And I'm glad you're back to your old self. Couldn't taste a thing? Before you go, Detective, do you have any new information to share? Didn't taste anything? Are his taste buds shot? This would all this all would certainly explain why Mr. Halik was such a recluse and refused to show his face in public. Really? So the two he made out of ice would have completed the set. No, you should blame her. Because she did it purposefully. Do you have any idea why he entered the confectionery contest? I see. Okay, I wonder what that meant though. Is there like a condition where like you can only like taste like sweet stuff and nothing else? Because like clearly he sat there and said, "Oh yeah, this stuff tastes great," like to Judy's chocolates. But then when he said, "Oh yeah, there's like ham sandwiches and fries," he's like, "I don't taste it." There has to be some kind of condition for that. Understood, Detective. We'll see you again shortly. Oh, we don't have the guy who's gonna do the jazz hands. He certainly is. And an uncompromising one. Somebody who can be trusted to stand up for what he believes in. Yes, sir. Of course. Allow me to give you a full report. I know she did it on purpose. Ain't no way you just literally if you trip like, literally earlier today, I tripped over a power cord and I felt it. Literally, you you don't just trip over like a fucking power cord and don't notice it. Like she did that on purpose. She did. She knew what she was doing. It's fine, Mr. Tangaroa. As I told her yesterday, the important thing is that we learn the truth in the end. It's not the truth, man. It's not the truth. She did it on purpose. Now, would you mind if I ask you a question or two? What can you tell me about the contestants who took part in the final round of the contest? Which was? Much appreciated, Miss Bound. Hmm? So you were able to finish judging it, even though his body had been discovered in the meantime? But she said it tasted salty. Something's really wrong with his taste buds. I'm sorry, but are you saying that the liar tasted good? I'd like to hear more about that if you don't mind. You're quite sure it was the liar you tasted when you sampled Mr. Frost's work? Mr. Tangaroa, would you mind taking a look at this photograph for me? So the part you tried was here? So the part you tried was the liar? The one shown here without any strings? So the strings were missing because Mr. Tangaroa ate them all? And he enjoyed them? Miss Scone told that she ate part of the liar as well, but she said it was far too salty for her to finish. I knew it. Something wrong? How so exactly? That's probably why, maybe. That would explain why the food here seems so bland to him. Even if there were some long term treatment option, I highly doubt a total cure for your condition exists. Nevertheless, you should put in a request to the police for a proper evaluation. You do? What on earth is this secret recipe for a miracle cure that they've been hiding? Alright, we'll be right behind you. She sure, she certainly, she certainly is Judy Bound. Ha 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 ha. Oh, jeez. What do you mean? Aww, it's really sweet. Dang, that's a great father figure stand in. He really does see her as his own child. A parent wouldn't want their child to walk their own path, right? And what parent wouldn't do everything they could to protect them? sorry. This stuff always gets to me. And just seeing how much Gregory actually cared about Miles really stirs my heart. Oh my goodness. Yes, I have tears in my eyes. I know exactly how he feels in this moment. I think I've asked of you everything I can for now, Mr. Tangaroa. We should be getting back to the scene of the crime. Oh no. Yes, we'll have to do something about that. That too, but I'll be putting something else in place as well. An ace up our sleeve for when the time comes. Oh my god. Why are my eyes burning? Ugh, stop burning eyes, please. Oh, nope, I didn't mean that. Mr. Tangaroa, your interrogator will do everything in his power to extract a confession from you. I hate to see an innocent man suffer like this. But please, you have to do everything you can to hold out. If you can't, Mr. Von Karma will use that confession against you for as long as this case lasts. And it will make it that much harder for me to save you. I won't give up until you're out of there, Mr. Tangaroa. You have my word on that. Well, he dies in the end anyway, so couldn't keep to his word after all. I mean, not like it's his fault, obviously, but Detective Bed, thank you again for what you did earlier. Where is it? Let's see what this stuff is. Let's close this for now. We're almost there, guys, almost there. Hopefully. We are indeed. We'll need something solid if we're going to save Mr. Tangaroa. This is Mr. Von Karma's doing, I presume. So what's your plan of action, detective? You have my gratitude. Unfortunately, that does not come to fruition. Detective, may we conduct a brief investigation of the area? That's fine, as long as there's at least some way of continuing our investigation. We'll make do. It seems these instruments are used on Mr. Tangaroa and Miss Bound's TV show, Bacon Bop. There's some of the few things in here that aren't made of candy. Is it just me, or does the detective seem a little disappointed? He probably is. There's a drum set here decorated to look as if it were made out of cakes. They must play it on Bacon Bop. Detective, about these drums. You've already done your homework, I see. Ah ha 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 ha. Oh, I guess the candied reindeer is supposed to show the way. I think not. Male reindeer shed their antlers in winter. Therefore, this must be a female. They don't teach you about reindeer in law school, detective. True, they don't. This is quite the trophy. It's made of candy. I guess it wasn't meant to last forever. I doubt it's anything quite that deep. These trophies all belong to Mr. Tangaroa, but they're not all for confectionery contests. Some appear to be for charity work, a testament to both his character and his professional achievements. Hmm? What's this one here? In recognition of Bacon Bop's long-standing achievement in making children's dreams come true. That's so sweet. It's got me wanting to watch it. It's marked by a snowman. A candy snowman by the look of it. He's really sizing it up. He isn't thinking about making that into his next lollipop, is he? The Christmas tree made from candy. Yes, it would be pretty disastrous, I suppose. There's a liar here, and some maracas designed to look like ice cream cones. They're so well made that it's hard to tell what's candy and what's not just by looking. I'd reach out and touch them, but then I'd be disturbing the crime scene. Check them out how exactly? Did you manhandle vital evidence, detective? Did he? Never mind. I don't want to picture it. The sign shows which artist's work is on display in which room. From left to right, Mr. Tangaroa, Mr. Gusto, Miss Scone, and Mr. Frost. Incidentally, the sign is also made from candy. What were they going to do with all this candy? Was somebody going to eat it when the contest was over? The statues on the fountain depict cherubs enjoying some chocolate fondue. Detective, are you saying you have personally seen cherubs before? What? Did I do something wrong? I guess we have to talk to her. Miss Bound, we're here to continue our investigation. She must have been greatly taken aback by what Mr. Tangaroa had to say. What about the recipe? Was there anything else of note that changed between the semi-final and the final? Why would his son come to hang out at a contest venue of all places? Are you sure you're happy for us to keep hold of this? You've seen this book before. The contestants all knew what the ultimate cookbook was this whole time. I'd like to hear more about the cookbook if you don't mind, Miss Bound. So if I understand correctly, the ultimate cookbook is actually a collection of recipes for different medicines. Oh yeah, Cold Killer X. Which is never, as far as I've seen. I'd like to hear more about the Tangaroa group if you don't mind. So did Mr. Tangaroa not want to take over for his parents and go into the family business? Oh, why would he make an heirloom a mere contest prize? So you knew she was a pharmacist all along. But why? That's how Miss Scone managed to make it so far in the contest. She had no business taking part in. Gifted indeed, judging by the standard of his work in the final. But how did one man produce pieces of that size and quality in such a short period of time? She's certainly very keen to ensure that she does all she can for Mr. Tangaroa. I could certainly use a cup of the tea you made us yesterday, if you wouldn't mind. I think that might help move the investigation along nicely. Okay. A Santa Claus statue. Is this made of candy too? Speaking of Santa, that reminds me, I still need to find a present for Miles. He wanted an attorney's badge. Oh, I wonder if Mr. Tangaroa would make one out of candy for me if I asked. Oh, oh, where does this elevator go? That does sound nice. Perhaps they'll invite us when all this is over. Oh, Gregory. You'd come, wouldn't you, Detective? I mean, what else do I do? It's not like I have any, like, logic pieces, so what do you want me to do? Oh no, they forgot the eye. Bang. Just as bad as Eustace. Oh my god. Grace talked to them, checked out the statues. I can't leave, so. Excuse me, may I ask what you're investigating? Sorry. Think back to our investigation of the murder scene, Detective. Oh, so they dumped the piece in there, but why? The victim's blood was mysteriously absent, as was a part of the chocolate chest it had pulled on. I believe that the blood probably belonged to. Thank you for that confirmation. Why would someone want to send the victim's blood downstream and into the fountain like this? Oh, there we go. We've learned a little more about the contest participants, but there's still one question involving Mr. Gustav for which we never got an answer. What was he doing in Mr. Frost's room? And that's not all. I also have questions about the work he submitted for the semifinals. A confectioner who admits to lacking design sense, and a sculptor with it in spades. Mr. Gusto could not have hoped to win such a high level contest by himself, which is why I'm beginning to wonder if there was some sort of connection between him and Mr. Frost. Detective, I need to ask Mr. Gusto a few more questions. His story still doesn't quite add up for me. We need to figure out how to get in touch with him. He seems dead set on preventing me from talking to Mr. Gusto, in which case, fine, then allow me to take you up on your offer. I'd like you to tell me about the connection between Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost. Oh, he's not just gonna tell me? And that's all? We'll have to confront him with evidence if we want to draw the truth out of him. And it's imperative that we do. He's clearly hiding something. Oh, man. Yeah. Proceed what? Just 2 lines. I love that. Where is it? I wonder if you could look at the 2 confections in the foreground for me, Mr. Von Karma. They were made for the contest semifinals. But they're quite exquisitely crafted, wouldn't you agree? As the nameplates suggest, these were Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost's entries. Mr. Gusto told us that confectionery design was far from his strong suit, and yet his work in the picture is just as good as Mr. Frost's. Exactly as good, in fact. We learned from another witness that their 2 entries also tasted exactly the same. I'm suggesting that they were helping one another out. Let's take a closer look, shall we? While at first glance the two may appear to be superficially different, it soon becomes apparent that there are significant similarities in how they were put together. They're made of the same ingredients, taste the same, and share a similar design aesthetic. This picture is proof positive that the two were working together. You knew all along that they were cooperating? Yeah. So, you knew that the two were cooperating. Why are you trying to bury the truth? It doesn't explain why he's being so slippery with the facts, though. I need to figure out what it is he's hiding. I can't link. I can't link. I can't let things end like this. But why were they cooperating? So, what was their endgame? Why cooperate only until the day before the finals? I was under the impression that their collaboration had only lasted through the semifinals, but I'm starting to think that it might have lasted up through the final itself. Mr. Von Karma, I'd like to ask you some more about how long they worked together, or if you don't mind. Before you ask, I'm not objecting to your characterization of Mr. Gusto's design sense. You really believe that they were cooperating until the day before the finals? And then just simply stopped? That seems a little strange to me, wouldn't you agree? He was concerned enough to try and hide it from me only a few minutes ago, though, which means there must have been a reason for that. Right up until the finals, huh? Do I have proof of that? Um, 2 half of that? Proof that they were still working together. Oh, her statement. Could do that. She said it was scrumptious except for the liar. I was like, do I have proof of that? They weren't working together during the finals? I find that a little hard to believe. Miss Scone is on record as having described Mr. Frost's creations as scrumptious, and while he was certainly skilled, I doubt even he could have become a world-class confectioner overnight. It seems far more likely to me that he and Mr. Gusto were still cooperating during the finals. How is that not an entirely subjective statement? There must be some way I can prove that Gusto and Frost were still collaborating. Oh, I would assume so. Perhaps there's some lawyerly instinct in you after all, Eddie. Your ponderings certainly point to another possibility. Eddie's right. Mr. Frost would have needed to freeze his own large blocks of flavored ice to create his art, and there wouldn't have been time to do that during the contest itself. What must Mr. Frost have done in order to finish his flavored ice entry within the time limit? Something else entirely? Oh, I don't know. I know nothing about confections. Hey, you never know. Could have been something else. Obviously, the day before. But hey, you never know. Could have been something else. He must have made the flavored ice the day before, and all he would have to do was sculpt it. Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized something. That's all. I realize that you're correct. The only thing I'm accepting is that perhaps one of the things you said was true. They were helping one another right up until the day before the final. Just as you said, the day before the final really did mark the end of their collaboration. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze, and whose flavors would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto. In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusto in return? Don't tell me he was already dead by then. Perhaps not, but I imagine Mr. Gusto could tell us, so why don't you let us speak with him? Or do you still insist your interrogation was as thorough as you claim? That's not my intention. I just don't understand why you would obstruct a perfectly valid line of inquiry. Give me one good reason as to why you're keeping Mr. Gusto from me. How can you possibly say that with any certainty? If their relationship had broken down for some reason, that could very well have been the motive behind this murder. Mr. Gusto only acted suspiciously one time that we know of, and I imagine Mr. Von Karma is aware of exactly what that suspicious action was, which means this is probably a trap. But even if this is a trap, we can't back down now. Mr. Gusto snuck into Mr. Frost's room, and we still don't know why. That fact alone is reason enough to suspect him. I knew it. It was a trap. Oh, I was about to say they're married. Literally, the first thought that came to mind, they're married? But no, it's just that their kids are friends. I mean, hey, I wouldn't be opposed to it. But why? They both do the nook. Like father, like son. Oh, he's never gonna let me talk to Mr. Gusto. Things to be getting on with. What exactly could those things be? He has a body, a murder weapon, and a suspect in custody. If the prosecution means to pursue Mr. Tangaroa, surely they have all they need. So why is Mr. Von Karma still investigating the scene of the crime? We're missing something. Something important. Mr. Von Karma has everything he needs to proceed with the prosecution of Mr. Tangaroa, and yet he still doesn't seem entirely confident of his case. If he was, why refuse to share information with Detective Bad? In addition, we still haven't solved the mystery of what happened to the evidence that went missing. Evidence that turned up not in Mr. Tangaroa's room, but in a most unusual place. So there were no traces of Mr. Frost's blood left in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Yet we found some in the fountain instead. Why? Oh god. Well, there's that. Mr. Frost's blood went missing from the crime scene. The traces of it showed up in the fountain. Why go through the trouble of removing the blood from the scene after the body had been discovered? And why only the blood? Surely the body would have also been in the way? Wait, could someone have moved the body aside to get to the blood? That's crazy. That's literally the only two I have left. So the body might have been moved aside or even removed from the scene of the crime entirely. After all, as far as we know, there's still no autopsy report. We've learned plenty about the murder weapon and the suspect, but very little about the body itself. The assumption thus far has been that the body had been recovered by the forensics team. What if that assumption is false? What if Mr. Von Karma wouldn't show Detective Bat the autopsy report out of something other than spite? What if we've been thinking about this the wrong way around all along? The question isn't why did Von Karma hold back information about the body. It's did Von Karma even have any information about the body in the first place? How do things look from that angle? Perhaps the body hadn't been removed by the police in order to carry out an autopsy. Perhaps it had already been removed and hidden away by the culprit before their arrival. We've both heard the rumors about Von Karma's questionable methods, fabricated witness statements, shady deals, forged evidence even. I would never judge a person on the basis of rumors alone, even Mr. Von Karma. I try my best not to let my preconceptions color our interactions with him. Nonetheless, it appears he may indeed be willing to twist the truth to his own ends. I fear he might have been, and still is, and I'm not about to let him get away with it. You have nobody to do an autopsy report, do you? So wait, then where is the body? I have a few questions, Mr. Von Karma, about a certain fact you've been keeping from us. It's not the police I have an issue with, Von Karma, it's you. He said, what? Isn't it on the prosecution to work out who the real culprit of a crime is? So wait, what kind of evidence did he fabricate that Gregory was able to point out that had him, like, blow a gasket? And how far would you go for your perfect cases? Would you create facts out of whole cloth, perhaps? I do, because it is why you've done nothing but hinder Detective Bad from doing his job at every turn. You didn't shut him out of the investigation because you wanted him to keep an eye on us. You did it to stop him from finding out you don't have the body. Then allow us to examine it. Prove me wrong if you can. As you must have seen for yourself, a piece of the bloody chocolate is missing from the scene of the crime. Why did it disappear? And where did it go? So what indeed? That's precisely my question. The body was still at the scene when the police got here. Moving the blood would accomplish nothing. However, let us suppose for a moment that the body was not. If someone had wanted to erase any trace of what had happened in that room, then it all makes perfect sense. Of course, after all, evidence is everything, as you never tire of telling us. I believe this should back up my theory quite nicely. It went into the fountain. Traces of the victim's blood were found in the fountain, along with traces of the chocolate from Mr. Tangaroa's room. I believe the missing piece of the blood-stained chocolate was dumped into the stream that flows into the fountain, which strongly points towards one certain fact. Someone purposefully disposed of the blood after the body had been removed from the chest. Mr. Von Karma, where did you find the body? You didn't find it, did you? Answer me. He said, no, but I do. True. You still haven't answered my question. Will you admit it? Will you confirm that no body was ever recovered? What must I do to get an answer out of him? Beat him into submission, I guess. I don't know. Mark my words, Von Karma. Your methods will be your undoing. No matter how you try to hide the truth, I'll bring it all to light in the end. You don't, but your son and his friend do. So don't worry. Don't worry, he gets exposed later. Okay, but literally, where is the body then? Forgive me, detective. I didn't mean to put you in a difficult position. I am, and I'll prove it in court. That's very kind, and I'm sorry to keep asking favors of you, Detective Bad. Detective Bad. But there is one more thing. Alright, Eddie. The detective and I were just arranging a little insurance for the trial. I think we've had I think we have enough to see Mr. Tangaroa acquitted. But I'd prefer to have an ace in the hole just in case. You'll find out in the courtroom. Of course I am. You're my assistant after all. Indeed. Though I'm hoping we'll have freed Mr. Tangaroa by then. But if we're up against Mr. Von Karma, I guess we can't rule out the possibility that this might take some time. We can't allow Mr. Tangaroa to remain imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit. And we won't. I'll expose Von Karma's lies if it's the last thing I do. Dang, you didn't have to use that wording, guys. Come on. Dang, you didn't have to. It truly was the last thing he did. Uh, is that actually his body? I'm finally learning the truth about my father's last case. I can imagine. Secure conviction at all costs. And that was always his guiding principle. Oh no. The same ace he asked Detective Bad to help him with? Yeah, they don't. For the one and only time in his 40-year career. I don't remember a lot myself but my father's face when they declared Mr. Tangaroa guilty. I was a young child at the time, but even I could tell how much he was hurting inside. That is horrible. What the hell? And they just let that happen. You know what? There should be laws in this world against stuff like that. Man, this entire thing was just so sad. I kind of want to cry now. All of it is just so sad. All because of Von Karma trying to just get a guilty verdict and not even caring about the truth. And why did it have to be Von Karma of all people? So many innocent people he put in jail just so he can have a win streak. No, you had every right to hate me. I went on to become a prosecutor as planned, and that's when Von Karma showed me this case file. According to these records, Mr. Tangaroa was convicted as the main culprit in Mr. Frost's murder. Strange, the file clearly states that he was the perpetrator. Plus, I'm fairly certain that all of Mr. Von Karma's cases were successfully solved. Convicted as an accomplice? He was only 39? Oh, that poor man. Then why is my copy so different? So everything I believed about the case was a lie. Yes, sir. No, Samson. Man, nothing he wouldn't do to keep his children safe. No. You were there to see Mr. Tangaroa. Again, like he said, until we get to the real perp, there's nothing you can do. I'm a prosecutor, Fender. I don't look at these things in the same way as you or my father. But that doesn't matter right now. Speaking not as a prosecutor, but as Miles Edgeworth. I want to know the truth behind both of these cases, and I'm not leaving until I do. Ugh, that paperwork. Thank you, Fender. Small mountain of evidence from IS-7. Yes, I see. I'll take a look at them in a bit. Indeed. The key players of that incident 18 years ago who just happened to get caught up in another incident. The ice sculptures in the Winter Wing that are perfect replicas of the ones from 18 years ago. The poison gas attack in the Autumn Wing, which has been disguised to look like the Winter Wing. The two chemicals that were found inside the Pisces statue's display case, ubiquium and asphyxiation, that form of poisonous gas when mixed together. The victim of the gas attack, Carmelo Gusto, who was no stranger to the events of 18 years ago, and who was still unconscious and undergoing treatment in the medical room. And finally, we come to the body floating face down in the fountain. And the fact that the ice sculptures have melted just as they did all those years ago. The events of the present day would appear to be intimately linked with the events of the past, which means they may be able to help us learn more about what happened 18 years ago. What am I guilty of now? Of course not. I'm simply offering once again to do what I can to help with this investigation. Perhaps I can help you speed that process along. I think I have an idea of who our mystery victim might be. Very well. Maybe it isn't just the ice sculptures that have resurfaced after 18 years. The body in the fountain may also be a visitor from the past. They really kept his body preserved for 18 years. I believe the body in the fountain is that of the man who was murdered here 18 years ago, Mr. Artie Frost. Judge Gabel knows about the IS-7 incident. So my father's deduction was right. My father's deductions were right all along. Well, Judge Gabel, I say this changes things, wouldn't you? Perhaps now you'll admit that I might be of use to this case. More than a certain junior prosecutor, anyway. I'm doing no such thing. All I want is to uncover the truth. And if we're going to get to the bottom of what happened here, we'll need to work together. Got her there. Mm, she do, don't she? Judge Cavell seems to know the facts of the IS-7 incident in some detail, in which case I suspect she must be here on the committee's behalf. True. Look at her. So uncultured, uneducated. Duly noted, Your Honor. Thanks for your measurable help as always. I will. Okay, shall we? We're still unclear on two key facts. How Mr. Frost's body came to be where we found it, and the source of the ubiquium. I'm probably saying that wrong. It's too late to care. Indeed, let's focus on the ubiquium first and foremost. Correct. It's also bright red in color. It has a distinctive minty fragrance. Oh my goodness. I don't think I'll be able to finish this before I have to go. So you know what? As much as it pains me, I have to save it here. And then I'll just splice the rest of it together. Okay, that's good.